I was wishing to grow up and get in the driver's seat. It's kind of in our blood now, and that's why we're not going anywhere.
Porsche racing is addictive.
The atmosphere has always been great here. People run the track very well. It was a very safe group to drive with.
The energy is high, and everybody's out there to really rock and roll.
We're having a lot of fun this weekend. You know, we've got something like 130 people out bouncing between the classroom down into, you jump right in your car and you're on track and you're doing all these exercises and passing. Buttonwillow is one of my favorite tracks. It's very technical, it's challenging, and yet it's got a little bit of everything.
I just think it offers so much. In fact, the entire facility offers so much. I love this track.
I don't think I can describe it. It's amazing.
The racing clinics here that we put on are top-notch. They put so much into the program. It's a very natural progression, very linear, and gives you the confidence and helps build the skills as you're kind of climbing the ladder into cup racing.
We are well known in this country, and people respect the way that we do things out here. It's one of the clubs where anybody, you don't have to drive a Porsche. You come out here and get started and have amazing instructors teach you the ins and outs, and within a matter of time, next thing you know, you're in the racers clinic and you're racing out there wheel to wheel.
I love POC events. I'm a big POC fan. People are so friendly.
It's a good energy here in the club, and that's what I like the most.
More than half of the fun is not even on the track, it's off the track. It's when the track gets cold and you crack open a cold beer and fire up the barbecue, hanging out with the buddies that you see every weekend. POC is a family. When everybody takes their helmet off at the Impound, you know, everybody has a smile on their face and everybody's having a good time.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are watching. The next round of the Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing from Buttonwillow Raceway Park in Buttonwillow, California. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Scott. It is day two. Dustin Alice alongside, making us look and sound oh so good. Ryan's also trackside to kind of be our eyes around the facility. So whatever we missed, we can get to you right away. Well, we got split qualifying coming up in just a little bit with the Orange Cup. We'll see the slower half of the field make their way onto the circuit, and then we'll split and let the rest of the field come out. And it kind of nice because it gives the drivers a chance to work their way around and get up to speed in their own certain way. You see on the grid, there are some of the spec boxers that are getting out there and getting ready to run. Of course, some spec boxers, they actually were faster in Group 1. So we'll see how that works out here in just a little bit of time. Of course, you also have the GT5, GT6, GT7, and Spec 2.7 that will be taking the grid for the Orange Cup class. A lot of great fast drivers. Of course, yesterday we had Rob Walker, when race 1 was not able to go out, had some issues that needed to be fixed. Couldn't get them fixed in time, so it was a great battle early on between the second place driver earlier yesterday, which, lost my notes here for a second. Nick Kilnani, who finished second in race 1, ended up taking the win with a great jump from 6th to 3rd by Murray Wonderly. Nigel Maidment, though, trying to hold off and stay in that second place. And, of course, also the other great battle was in GT7 between Ted Fretch, Randy Bergram, and James Scarcello. Also had another one of the other 944 specs. There is the 713, Randy Bergram, one of the drivers who was involved in that wonderful GT7 battle. You see him backing into his grip position to get ready. Also Spec 2.7. You couldn't have forgot that battle either between John Momeyer and Vivek Hazari. Of course, if you have any questions for us, feel free to drop them in the chat. I'll check that periodically, and we'll get that for you. There's James Scarcello actually going up to GT5 in the number in her number 66. We saw how good that she was out there. There's a 591 you see off to the right. David Gold ran clean, to say the least. I mean, had for his first 2 races this season, not looking too bad out there. As you see, the cars are being released for the first couple of laps of the qualifying session. It's, we'll see about 4 to 5 laps for these drivers as they'll stay out just a little bit longer because they don't have to worry about, the high horsepower tearing up their tires. And we'll get these cars out there, get them their warm-up lap, and then we'll start the hot laps here momentarily. Also gives us a chance to take a look at our cameras around the circuit, test out our onboard cameras as well. You're an opportunity. You see the cars coming out of pit lane as no one yet with the onboard, so we'll see that we'll just test it out periodically through this session. Taking a look at the schedule for today, we'll go through orange and red qualifying here as the car's off about 5 minutes, a couple minutes earlier than we anticipated. So I would imagine that we are going to start things a little earlier. 11:15 a.m., probably 11:10 a.m. will be the start of our coverage of the orange race. Will be a 25-minute or 11-lap, most likely an 11-lap race. And at about 12:50, we'll start our coverage of the final race of the day. There'll be the Red Cup race at 13 laps or 25 minutes. As you hear the cars make their way through with some of the great microphones that we have on the course around Riverside. We'll go through the bus stop at speed here shortly to get everything warmed up. I just want to thank our wonderful sponsors. You'll see them in the upper portion of the screen right now. Without them, we could not make this possible. So great to see them up and around and helping us make sure that you around the world can watch Porsche Owners Club. So as you see, we're making our way through Cotton Corner out of Grapevine, and we'll move over to watch these cars make their way around the off-ramp and trying to see. I know we're watching one of the spec boxers. Is that light blue one? It will be in front of, I believe that's going to be the 834 of Alicia Ray. Ray up ahead of Ted Fretch. As there's Edelman, there's Chang, and indeed that's going to be the 84 of Alicia Ray. Ray was running in the top 10 for a good part of yesterday as the green flag is out. So we'll see what she can do. Ran a quick lap in qualifying yesterday for the race, but we'll see exactly what happens here as first hot laps are underway in this crisp morning at Buttonwillow Raceway. So then are we completely gone? Right now at Buttonwillow, 55 degrees. It feels like 61, so a little bit of a heat index there. Of course, we're looking for some beautiful conditions today in and around the racetrack. So we'll see some fast speeds here for this qualifying session as we are just a little bit of a wiggle there, but with the cold track conditions, we could see that here and there around the racetrack. The first couple of cars that we'll see times is one of those is going to be Bear Salehi, as well as Vivek Kazari and David, one of those drivers that we saw there on the grid, as the second half of the qualifying group is getting ready to go racing. for their qualifying session. Get out there, run some fast times, and see how we're going to be looking as everybody trying to set that fast time. You see that group up, and that is the Fretch Chang Ray group, making their way through the off ramp once again. And now we're starting to see fast times. Hazari 15.202. Salehi with a 17.834. Karen Robinson, your fastest so far. Boxer with an 18.199. Kunal Hinduja with a 21.254. And now we're starting to see more and more times up. Scarcello and her Miata with an 18.517. Now that's the glory of Porsche Owners Club. You don't necessarily have to own a Porsche to race in it. You just got to find a class for it. And as you saw, there's at least, I know we've got Scarcello, who has her MX-5, I should say Miata, in the field. And of course, you got Vina Wynn, which Wynn had some problems yesterday in race number 2 with black smoke emanating from the exhaust. We'll see what happens in the second qualifying session. Of course, Wynn with a 1995 BMW M3. So it's not just straight Porsches who are here in this series, which makes things a lot of fun. As you saw, Berger a little bit wide coming out of Star Mazda. Definitely say now goes to the top of the spectre times, the 15.391, but fastest overall in this group thus far is Vivek Azari with a 15.202. Your leader in spec 2.7. Bear Salehi with a 17.834. Then you got James Scarcello. Second quick in GT5, GT7. Ted Fretch right now fastest in that class with a 28.638. That's good enough for 16th fastest overall, as Steven Peterson comes across the line 16.420. There's got one driver out there with known transponder. We'll see if we can get that fixed. But you know, that happens with club racing. You know, sometimes you have one transponder instead. You either go to the backup or you rent another one. And the timing I know is working on sitting in race control. I'm sure that they're right down there trying to find out who's going to cross the line, and you know, and trip that timing beam here shortly, and then we'll get more information on who that is. But now them running a 42-second lap. Yeah, no, that's not. I'm not talking about anything with a 2 all the way to the left. As drivers now making lap number 3. Karen Robinson runs her fastest lap of the session with a 17.106. That's good enough for third fastest in Spec Boxster as of now. And you just saw Scarcello make her way around the circuit. It's James Scarcello. Let's see who we can find out there. Somebody came across the line and ran a 2:16. Wherever that was, that's good enough for up high in class, a 16.830, which would put that 4th overall. Not sure. Again, we're not sure which driver it is. If I'm a bet man, it might be Dustin Durant, unless he comes out in Group 2 to set a time. So Durant, who's had a absolutely rough go of things over the past couple of races yesterday, ended up running maybe 2 laps at speed and had to pull off. And I think that is Durant. We'll check that for you once we can get a little bit of confirmation. But Durant showed early promise in both races and ended up in race 1 pulling off just before Phil Hill, and race 2 coming off a turn 1 driver's right. So hopefully whatever happened, he got those problems sorted out, those gremlins fixed, and once more hopefully we'll have him back in the field and running all 11 laps later on today. Bob Chang coming down into the off-ramp of that yellow 727. As we watch him around through off-ramp, fastest lap from him is a 22.825. It looks like he had a little bit of an off last time by. So let's see if we can take that Boxer up further through the field. 14th overall. They'd be about 12th in class right now, provisionally, as they work their way around Sunrise, headed down towards Sunset. Let's see what the driver can do a lot better. He moves up to 12th overall, 10th in class, a 19.659. So showing out of him so far is we're just closing in on the final bits of the session. These drivers here have one last opportunity to get a fast lap as this session is almost over. And indeed, Dustin Durant now entering into the conversation. I think that was our driver that's having the transponder issues. So I'm trying to see, what is his best time? A 16.273. So a good showing so far out of Durant. If we can get him another fast lap, we might be able to see him higher up the charts. Hey, Jane Scarcello on the 866, fastest overall and a GT5 as she drops a 14.621. Absolutely stellar out of the Miata driver, originally a GT7 driver. As Dr. Greg Scarcello, he's 7th overall. I'm doing my quick math. He's 5th in class right now with Scarcello, with Jane Scarcello, I should say, and Vivek Azari in 3rd place. So, with just a couple of minutes left in this qualifying session, what have you got as we have the second half coming in? We'll see John Momeyer and a lot of very fast cars out there. Murray Wonderly will be out. We'll also have Rob Walker, if he's gotten his problems fixed. Nick Kilnati, second and first. Branimir Kovac, who we saw promise from in race 1, but was out early with some sort of gremlins there. I believe it was lap 4 in race number 2. And what he can do in this qualifying session. Only one race for each, the Red and the Orange Cup. So that'll make life a little bit easier for the Orange Cup drivers. They don't have to worry about making sure that their car is going to last for 2 different stints. As, yeah, it's still on the same tires from yesterday as well. So that's something else you got to think of too. These Baxter drivers are chasing these times with old tires. So think about that. That's going to be something to play with here in the 11 laps that they'll have later on today. As you see the cars making their way around Sunrise. Through the S's once again around turn number 3. And the checker flag should be coming out any second out with Scarcello, 14.511. I think that's her second fastest lap, and indeed it is. So she's really turning up the wick here in this qualifying session, with Steven Peterson making his fastest lap of the qualifying session, 14.697. Only a 1/10 of a second off of Jane Scarcello's fastest time so far. And only a handful of drivers are making their fast laps. Looks like Andrew Wayman said his and decided to pit side, 17.364. Nima Edelman with a 17.212. Kunal Hinduja with a 19.887. That's 2 on the far left. And Dustin Durant just cannot, unless they combine the times of this other transponder. He did run a 16.273. Well, that comes across the lines of 24.113. So, well, we'll figure this out. But Durant with a 34.552, that may have been his warm-up lap. We'll wait for the official grid to come out here in about an hour or so. As the checker flag is out on this session. So drivers just have these drivers have just a couple of corners to try and put together a lap that could be good enough to improve their position or to go up through the field Either way, it's been kind of a tight qualifying session as now Peterson goes to the top with a 14.449. Scarcello does not improve as she does a 14.526. So provisionally, Steven Peterson is your fastest qualifier for Spec Boxster and overall. And of course, you still have some very heavy hitters in that second half of the session. Like we mentioned, Rob Walker, he's on the grid. You've got Nikhil Nani who's there as well. So we'll see what happens. I don't think that Peterson's time is going to stand at a 14.499. We might see something close to the 14s, if not the 13s, with some of the fast hitters actually on the circuit in just a little bit of time. As you see, you've got Walker, you've got Maidment, and there's Kilnati 1, 2, and 3. So I think right away, once we get the warm-up lap in, that's when the times will start to fall for your Spec Boxster lead. Oh, and Peterson drops his time again, 13.841. So, like I said, I think we'll get in the 13s. Yeah, we're going to be in the 30s if Peterson, the 123, can drop that kind of time. Let's let these cars go by, and you can hear the sights and sounds of the rest of the Orange Group. And a fantastic shot from our boots on the ground today as we are just ready for the second half of the qualifying session. Watching the cars that are coming across the line: Rob Walker, Nigel Maimend, Nick Kilnani. You also have Murray Wonderly, Dominic Ong, Ryan Moore, Klaus Drayman, Branimir Kovac. It's just a lot of heavy hitters here in this group. We also got two onboard cameras. Let's see if we can check those out. We'll start with Rob Walker, your race one winner yesterday. And there you go, as we are looking headed towards the bus stop and you see Walker already heading 10 tenths with the cold tires. Also, let's check out our Spec 2.7 driver and POC president, John Momeyer. And yeah, we've got 2 great cameras for qualifying, so we'll check those out from time to time. Let these guys get up to speed, get everything warmed up, so we can start with the qualifying session as Momeyer heading out of Phil Hill and warming up those tires. As we see, a little bit chilly, temperatures in the mid-50s, going towards Riverside, so track temperatures not up to par yet, but still, these engines are really going to love those cold temperatures as we get there. All right, see stationary yellow around the course as here comes Rob Walker. Pretty good going through Sunrise. As you'll see him go through there now, and he will take the green flag. He'll be the first car to take the green, as we are just going to let the hot laps go by, waving to his crew. Green flag is out for the driver of the number 53. And we'll see what Walker can do. He's got to be a 13.841 if he's going to start on the pole. And I think that indeed he will. He'll beat it, I have a feeling. If not, he will come close to it. He'll be one of the few that will come close to it. As you see him working his way through the S towards Star Maz. And I like one thing I really dig, as we'll stick on here with Walker. I love looking at the screen input right there on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. Look at this right here. As my computer decides it wants to, technology, ain't it fun? In fact, I'll do it this way. Here, you take a look here. That is so cool. Watching the steering input, you get to see how the yaw is working as he's working his way through the track. And even on the straightaways, he's still putting in some sort of input. So keep an eye on that as we head towards, it's kind of a turning section, but it's definitely something to watch as he runs his way through the track. We'll clear that out there. And there we go. A wiggle there, Ottawa. At number 53, the Herbie the Love Bug. Like I said, almost every series that you see him running a Porsche in, you're going to see that Herbie the Love Bug scheme on Walker's car, and it's absolutely so fun. As he comes out, heads into the corner, I should say, and now towards the off-ramp. Trying to see what time he did on his warm-up lap, 26.102. That's good. Let's see what he does here coming out of Sunrise. As something else to watch out for in the upper left. Right there is the lap time, and already lays down a flyer. 209.225. Never doubt Rob Walker. Holy cow. He's 2.1 seconds ahead of Nigel Maidment. Unbelievable. Now Ryan Moore goes up to second place with an 11.261. Maidment 11.348. Dominic Ong 11.779, and Murray Wonderly gets up to fifth right now overall and in Spec Boxer. That moves some of your fastest drivers in the different categories. There's John Momeyer heading out of Cotton Corner. Let's see what he can do as he comes down into the off ramp, trying to beat Vivek Hazari's 15.202, which is the fastest lap right now in Spec 2.7. I wonder if Rob Walker's just going to call it good session and just park it because he's 2 seconds ahead of Ryan Moore working around the circuit. But here comes John Momeyer. Again, he's trying to beat a 15.202. As he comes across the line, what is Momeyer's fastest time? 18.297. So, of course, that's one thing about John. The longer and deep you get into a session, that's when we're going to see his faster times. Granted, both of those races, he was behind Salehi for a good portion of the race, also a last race, and the Spec Miata, the Miata as well of James Garcello ahead of him. So that was, kind of a holdup there. But we saw near the end of the race how he was close to get to Vivek Hazari. He was running about the same lap times, but unfortunately was not able to get there. Hazari sweeping both Saturday races, and see if he can go for the clean week. As right now, Hazari running for 6 in a row, as he swept the first 3 races of the season last time out at Spring Mountain. Of course, you hear how he's still on the throttle, and he's doing about 98 miles an hour. You see that down there. That's your speed that you're seeing on Mo Meyer's car. Out of the bus stop, about 92 miles an hour. Now sets up for Grapevine and into Cotton Corner. Rob Walker lowers its best time, 209.111. Moore goes faster as well, 210.954. Maidmet tries to go faster as well, 210.967. So that battle for second place in class and overall, 0.013 seconds. You can put a blanket over second through fifth, as they're just all so close together. Kilani also about 600 of a second off of Matthew Hatley's time in the 227 over the 401. But we're watching Mo Meyer. Let's see what he can do across the line. Again, last time by, didn't run that fast a lap time, but it's he's sounding like that he is pushing it. 17.119, good enough to go up to 20th overall, but still not good enough for Hazari's 15.202. A little bit more work for Mo Meyer in the 6. Would not be surprised to see him really push just a little bit harder. Watching Murray Wonderly, you talk about somebody who had an absolute fantastic race yesterday. I know he worked his way through the field. Can't remember where he started in race 1, but race 2, lap 1, turn 1, went from 6th to 3rd, worked his way up through the field, and there you see the driver in the Tiger paint scheme right now. Let's see where Wonderly is in the field. He is, it's overall right now. Yeah, I'm trying to see here. 5th place overall, 2,500ths of a second behind Dominic Ong. So let's see what he can do. As he's got Dominic Ong ahead of him to kind of chase him down, but Ong opening up that gap a little bit. Ong did not set a fast lap time last time by. Let's see what he can do, as Ong will see him in the right about now, as I think drivers actually went into the pits. So, oh well, hey, nothing wrong with standing on those times, as we're just a couple of minutes away from the checkered flag here for the red group. I do believe that's going to be Draymond coming across the line, 14.087. That improves his time, but Ryan Moore, 10.306, still out there trying to get a lap of the session. 1.2 seconds off of Rob Walker's quick time, but 209.111. Man, some of these drivers, I love the shot here through number 3. See the commitment as they're using less tires than they have on, which makes things a little bit easier. Right there, that is actually the Gulf livery of, as I just lost my timing, Ryan Moore. So Ryan Moore, who's sitting 2nd overall and in class, still trying to push it through the bus stop. 10, the 306, it's with the 2 on the left. As Moore, see if he can get closer to Rob Walker's 9.111. With all the racing that Rob Walker does, it's tough for him to really close in there. Here comes your race 2 winner, Kilnani, who also with a 2:12.896, sitting 7th overall. We'll see if these two decide to pit, but both those drivers actually looks like that they are head of steam through into the off ramp. And we're hearing that Momeyer is going to call it good. He will finish the session in 21st overall, 17-119. And I think I heard Kilnani come by. So Kilnani comes across the line, does not improve. Actually, a little slower, 16.363. Let's see what Moore does this past time by. No, not able. So I think Moore also had some issues there as he was 10 seconds slower than his best time. So we'll see if they're just slowing down, they're cooling off their tires for one final blast. Then again, these are tires that, and of course, hearing from the chat as well that the reason why Walker was able to get that 911, I should have remembered that. He only raced one race yesterday, so that's a very, very good point, guys. This is why I like having you here, because you're got the stuff that I should have known anyway. Milnati's still on it. And so is Moore. So they're going to go down to the last couple of seconds. We'll follow these guys just a little bit. And the checker flag is out. Yeah, the M. Hollander, thanks for that one. I definitely appreciate the confirmation that, yeah, that's why Walker's just a little bit better. So maybe that quote-unquote goal was to save tires. But either way, smart move by Walker to go out there, run about 3 laps at speed. And make their way around. So I think the gap is bigger between Kilnani and Moore. I'm wondering if Moore is just going to call it good here and stand on that 10.306. Yeah, definitely. Moore is off the pace, and I think Kilnani is also off the pace. So that may do it for their session. Rob Walker, 1.2 seconds ahead of Ryan Moore. So this might be an interesting race to see if these the 13-lap newer tires are going to be it. You know, that might be the call that may win Rob Walker race number 2 on the season, race number 2 on the weekend, as we see both drivers go into the pits. There's Klaus Drayman, 3607, good enough for 9th quickest in class and overall. So with that in mind, we are going to switch over to the red group, and we're going to do the same thing we did last time. And we're going to let the field go by so you can hear the sights and sounds of some wonderful Spec 991.2s and other various GT3 Cup cars. Well, as you heard, the sights and sounds of the Spec 991.2 class with an occasional GT3, GT2 rolling out. So we are about ready. 12 cars will take to the track for this first half of the qualifying session, and really some very, very quick cars with Dwayne Selby, Eben Benade, Mike Monsalve. You've got Garrett Wesseling, Greg Gorski in there, Heldman, and Jim Sulzer. All up there. Right now, you're seeing Selby and Benade. Those two were stuck together like glue all race long yesterday. So we'll see if that's going to be much of the same. Of course, usually when you're in a club setting like this, that's exactly what happens. You find somebody you race with, and 9 times out of 10, you're going to be with them. It doesn't matter what track it is, as both of you guys are just going to be nice, close together. As we work our way through Riverside once again, it's going to be a warm-up lap for these drivers. Monsalve running away with the field. We'll see if he can do that again today, or if Selby and Benade have something to say. Of course, the big question is, can these drivers stay on track? We saw a couple of them kind of throw away some pretty quick laps as they dropped a wheel off in Star Mazda turn. And once that happens, it takes a lap or two to get those tires back under you and get them going, to say the least. So we're just about set to begin hot laps, as Selby and Benade will be the first to trip the timing line and get this qualifying session underway. Other drivers: Anna Predescu, Thomas Stone, Ryder Liu, Daryl Troster. We see Roland Schmidt are in there. So a good handful of drivers out there. Green flag is out. And of course, a lot of drivers trying to gap themselves and get able to get a clean lap in, as now the hot laps will begin for the red drivers. At least the first half. We'll see the second half here in just a little bit as well. Well, it looks like that Benade breaking off a little bit, trying to make her gap, as Selby is full on it, headed towards Phil Hill. So we'll keep an eye on that. And that's the widest I've seen anybody come out of there. So, yeah, he's definitely on the loud pedal early on in this qualifying session. Of course, we'll see them out for about a lap or two and then decide to call it, because, you know, no use tearing up your equipment if you don't need to. So he's hopping through the bus stop right now, the left-hander, now the right-hander, and now we see Benade. He's got the gap that he wanted. He's back on it in the number 16. So it'll be 7 and 16 coming across the line first, and then we'll see the rest of the field make their way around for this qualifying session, headed out of Grapevine and into Cotton Corner. Heavy on the brakes. There goes Selby. The right, the left, and now Benade doing the same. Let's see how they both approach the off ramp. And so far, it's looking pretty good for the 7 of Selby as he makes his way out of the off ramp, and we'll see him through Sunrise and get his first qualifying lap underway. Around that final turn, he comes down the front stretch across the line. 59.026 out of the 7, and heck, even with that slowdown, Benade with a 2-minute .550, so that's close enough. Of course, we still have yet to see Gorski and Solve make their fastest time so far, and that will happen here shortly. There's Greg Gorski with Predescu hot in tow. We'll see if Anna can answer with a good lap as well. Monsalve, basically the racer of the race, 56.551. Good enough for fastest. Hannah, wow, a 57.3 3.58. So she found something overnight to get her up to the towards the pointy end of the grid. Absolutely fantastic out of the number 100 as she's going to try for another lap and really pushes it through turn number 3. Monsalve, though, 56.551. That is the time to beat early on in this session. It was interesting to see the different lines those two took as Monsalve went a little wide and then cut in late. Bradescu, she decided to take it in tight through the main part of that apex. Monsalve, you just hear the blip as he's coming over these jumps here. It's a little bumpy, which makes racing so much fun. As your race winner yesterday, the number 87 of Monsalve, is your two-time defending spec 991.2 champion. So he knows how to get around in these cars. Takes a little bit of a defensive line into Cotton Corner. Bradescu closing in as they work their way out of the second part of that corner. And Monsalve, the ProAudioland.com, Monsalve Motorsports Inc. Porsche making his way, running it through its paces. Coming out of there, looks like a little bit of a back-end kick out of Monsalve. So yeah, he's flying and trying to beat that 56.551. I think once he does the second lap, it'll be a session for yesterday's winner, Benade, with a 57.110. He bumps his way up into second place. Oh my Lord, Bradescu with a 56.175. This could be a fun story if she can stay at the top of the charts. Monsalve calls a session at 56.504, but Anna, that was a fast lap out of the 100. And she's not done yet. She's really pushing it through turn number 3. Let's follow her. She goes into Star Mazda, the Liqui Moly sponsored 991.2. Again, fastest lap of the session so far, 56.175. My goodness, that's flying around here. So she's 0.3 of a second up on Monsalve, 0.9 of a second up on Benade. Garrett Westland with a 58.386. And you got Dwayne Selby, 5th fastest, rounding out your top 5 with a 58.471. Jim Stalzer, your fastest in GT3, 6th fastest overall with a 58.595. Roland Schmidt in GT2, quickest there with a 201.365. That's good enough for 10th overall right now. He's got 0.2 of a second up on John Helbin, who runs a 201.641. And she sounds like that she's still on it, heading out of Cotton Corner. Let's hear how she is through the off-ramp. And she's going to call it a session. So 56.175 is going to be her best time. But man, what a flyer. When we thought earlier on, no one can catch Mike Monsalve, Anna says not so fast and drops a 56.175. Absolutely glorious. I think that we might see Monsalve go for another run as he cools off his tires. So hold on 1 second, strap in. We'll see what yesterday's race winner can do. The two-time, that's going to be session over for him because he goes up into the marbles, overcooks it through turn 1. So Monsalve may not be able to defend on his pole as he will come around and possibly either pit or take the check flag. Let's see what he does here through turn number 3. And he's not full throttle. There are a couple cars behind. There's at least one car behind him who he's going to have to get out of the way for to not ruin their lap. That was absolutely close. That was Gorski, who's fifth fastest right now, who may have had his lap ruined by catching up to Monsalve so quick, but see if he can improve upon his 58.245 with that in mind. Again, just a couple of laps left in the session, and yeah, Monsalve's attempt at trying to beat Prodescu's fast time of a 56.175 just ended early in turn one. Watch Gorski right now, who's fifth fastest, the 124, working his way into the bus stop. Gorski, of course, a very well-accomplished worldwide racer. He's raced Radical Cup North America, Le Mans Cup, Spring Mountain Race Series. He currently races alongside in the 24-hour series, Middle East. So we've got a spinner off back there by Grapevine. Just before, I'll see who that is. See if we can get on the Grapevine camera once this car gets going. It's got a waving yellow. That car's trying to get around, so somebody's qualifying lap definitely going to be over, qualifying session over as that car gets underway. We do know it's a black, darker colored car at least, but that's distance. So I think that was. Wait to see one more. Yeah, it's probably what. So that was probably Daryl Troster in the Spec 991.2, and they're going to put a stop right there going into the off ramp. So I'm not sure if there's some problems there or just letting other cars go through. There might be some sort of issue. Some of these cars can be finicky at times, but back underway. And that session is going to be over. Of course, we're close to a checker flag here in the first half of qualifying. Indeed, there it is. There's the checker flag. So as of now, Anna Prodescu is your fastest qualifier with a 56.175. But everybody deciding to come into pits early. There is Gorski, and he does go faster, just does not improve upon his time, 58.485. So we could have gotten in the 57s, but still not a bad lap out of the 124. So the big story though, Monsalve, 0.3 of a second off of Prodescu's fastest time. That's going to be a fun race later today. Of course, the next time we'll see these cars on track will be about 1 o'clock Pacific time as Monsalve comes back and just cannot get that car under him, and I think he probably would challenge Anna's fastest time. So we'll see how that works here in just a little bit. But right now, your provisional fastest qualifiers in each and every class: Anna Prodescu in the 991.2 with a 56.175, Jim Salzer with a 58.595, and Group 2 is rolling right now with Roland Schmidt, your quickest in GT2, and we still have GT3 to come out there and run some times. Gaviglio, Ren, and Gold all out as we speak. So there's only one GT2 in this group. You've got Brett Gaviglio, Paul Wren, Evan Gold, Paul Barnes being your only GT2 competitor, Mick Janaszak Jr., and Andy Sloan. The rest of them are all GT3. So we'll see what happens here. You see the 70 of Gaviglio making his way around the circuit. There's Paul Wren in the 787. So Evan Gold coming out of Phil Hill. So we'll see what happens with this. I have a feeling that Anna Prodescu has the fastest lap of the qualifying session. Absolutely fantastic out of the number 100. I got to do some digging here and see what pole that is for her, because Anna She was trailing Salve on track, which that was absolutely fantastic to see. But sometimes you see those laps and it's like, oh, it could be a little deceiving. But either way, it was quite interesting to see that go down. And now we're starting to see drivers come across the line for their hot laps. So we're watching Brent Gaviglio make his way as he does a warm-up at a 2:06.322. This might be a quick, very, very quick lap here as he goes just a little wide coming off of turn number 5, now going through Phil Hill once again. And there is Paul Wren, who's not too far away in times. They both ran actually, Paul Wren running a 2:08.642 in his warm-up lap, and we'll see your GT3 leader come out of Grapevine and into Cotton Corner. At 70, looking oh so stout. Across the sunset. On sunset he comes across the line. What does he do in qualifying for GT3? He's up there. 56.793, good enough for 4th fastest overall, your GT3 leader by a wide margin as Jim Salzer goes up to 2nd quick in class, 8th place overall, 58.59, 559.098 out of Paul Wren. So not too far off of Ryder Liu's time. Of course, Ryder setting that 59.442 in the first half of the red session. So pulling up, looking at Anna Prodescu, she's run 90 races so far. Her last win was last year at here at Buttonwillow, actually. So she knows this place quite well, and very dominant in the GT3 class back in 2024. So we'll see what she can do here in the 991.2. Maybe we can go for her 2nd win here in that class. And she makes her way to the top of the charts. So great to see Anna with a wonderful qualifying position. But let's see what Gaviglio do as he makes his way out of Grapevine to Cotton Corner once again at speed. That blue number 70 looking nice and slick with a 56.793. Gonna listen to him through off ramp to see if he's gonna do one more or if he's just done. Indeed, with that turbo kicking on, that tells me that he is trying his best to get that GT3 back up to the top of the chart, see if he can go higher again. 56.793 is the fastest time that he has done around sunrise for the next time across the line. Let's see what he can do. Just a tick slower, 56.891. Let's see, I think it's, that looks like having gold in the 370 right there. Coming into the off-ramp. There's Andy Sloan we saw there. Stone with a 2:02.134. Well, that's not Sloan. That is, I'm sorry, John Heldman. What he can do across the line. Roland Schmidt. I still need my coffee. 201-188. So Schmidt, 12th fastest overall. I think that is tops in the GT2 class. And indeed it is. He shakes his way through the S's. Once again, just got a handful of minutes left this qualifying session. I think a lot of drivers going to pull off after this, after they got their 2-3 laps in. Mick Janaszak Jr., 204.598. Of course, you saw Andy Sloan back there, 207.335 in GT3 in his Porsche GT4 CS. The competition sprinting. Let's hear. Indeed, Schmidt still on it at number 31. See how he is coming around Riverside and looking pretty good so far. Just a couple of bumps here and there. And a little bit of off up ahead. No harm, no foul. Looks like it was like 1 or 2 tires. And of course, that NU here, I believe that's going to be Paul Barnes in the 636 in that IROC Tribute Porsche. I'm saying here, I want to see if that is Barnes there in the 636. I want to confirm that. As a couple of cars coming around, there is Schmidt coming into the off ramp. He's going to go around for another hot lap here. And trying to see if he can break into that 2-minute range. You know, that is not the IROC Tribute. Rolling across the line in the number 31, 188 he's trying to beat. Does he beat it this time by? It does not look like that. Janaszak, though, 208.433. That is who's coming through the corner right now, as a little bit of bounce there. So a little bit off of his fastest time thus far, but still ahead of the other fellow GT4 with Andy Sloan by about 2 seconds. We'll get a good read on if Janaszak is done for the session or if he's going to keep going here as it comes around Star Mazda. And, let's listen in. And so he'll come by the Turn 5 camera momentarily. Sounds like that he is still on it, so he wants to beat that 204.498 with just a couple of minutes to go. Of course, after this session, we're going to take a little bit of a break ourselves, and then we'll get ready for race number 1 of the day. It'll be the 3rd race for the Orange Cup class. 11:20 a.m. Pacific time will be the start of that race. We'll start our coverage, though, just about 5-10 minutes before that, so you'll definitely either want to hang here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel, or you can come back and go out, come back. And Brad Meister reminding us also Anna missed a lot of race number 1, so she also had better rubber. And also the Hollander, thanks guys for really helping out. Both 991.2 and GT3 both run the same 1 tire set per weekend rule, so that's also good to know as well. That you've got Spec Boxster and those 2 classes running the same tires. Kind of keeps the cost down, so that really helps out. All right, so it looks like that all cars have pitted. And that does it for qualifying. So drivers who ended up not running all races yesterday, well, they were able to save their equipment and get up near the front. So your grid looks like this as starters taking a break. Anna Bradescu and Mike Monsalve will be in the front row for Spec 991.2. with Bradescu running at 56.175. Brett Gaviglio is fastest in GT3, 4th overall, the 56.793. In GT2, it's Roland Schmidt with a 201.188. Again, I want to thank all you guys in the comments for helping out. It really, with the extra nuances of these races, but we're going to step aside for a little bit. You see on the bottom part of your screen, 11:20 is the next on-track action. We'll start our coverage about 5 minutes earlier. So see you just in a little bit here from Buttonwillow Raceway.
kid, I was wishing to grow up and get in the driver's seat. It's kind of in our blood now, and that's why we're not going anywhere.
Porsche racing is addictive.
The atmosphere has always been great here. People run the track very well. It was a very safe group to drive with.
The energy is high, and everybody's out there to really rock and roll.
We're having a lot of fun this weekend. You know, we've got something like 130 people out bouncing between the classroom down into you jump right in your car and you're on track and you're doing all these exercises and passing. Buttonwillow is one of my favorite tracks. It's very technical, it's challenging, and yet it's got a little bit of everything.
I just think it offers so much. In fact, the entire facility offers so much. I love this track.
I don't think I can describe it, but it's amazing.
The racing clinics here that we put on are top notch. They put so much into the program. It's a very natural progression, very linear, and gives you the confidence and helps build the skills as you're kind of climbing the ladder into cup racing.
We are well known in this country and people respect the way that we do things out here. It's one of the only clubs where anybody, you don't have to drive a Porsche. You come out here and get started and have amazing instructors teach you the ins and outs, and within a matter of time, next thing you know, you're in the racers clinic and you're racing out there wheel to wheel.
I love POC events. I'm a big POC fan. People are so friendly.
It's a good energy here in the club, and that's what I like the most.
More than half of the fun is not even on the track, it's off the track. It's when the track gets cold and you crack open a cold beer and fire up the barbecue, hanging out with the buddies that you see every weekend. POC is a family. When everybody takes their helmet off at the Impound, you know, everybody has a smile on their face and everybody's having a good time.
You see the sights of grid as we get set for the final Orange Cup race of the day. It's an 11-lap feature race that we set to take off here in just a little bit. Welcome back. My name is Jeremy Scott. Glad to have you with us here from Buttonwillow Raceway. Dustin Ellis, the producer in my ear, telling me the sights and sounds of what we're looking at as we are just about set to get started for this first race of the day, the third race of the weekend for the Orange Cup drivers. We're about 5 minutes away from these drivers getting out there. Of course, you see the grid starting to line up. Lots of great storylines that we saw earlier on this morning kind of play out. Of course, one of them being the big gap that Rob Walker has to fill due to the fact that was able to not have to worry too much about saving his tires as he saved him for the whole second race as he was out with mechanical problems. And of course, he will be a threat to watch out for. But also take a look at some of the drivers next to him. You see that 917 sitting there alongside a great lap. Ryan Moore puts him on the front row. And of course, not too far away from there, you'll have Nigel Maidbent alongside. So we'll get the grid up here shortly as HPDE is time trials. They're running low here on time, so they should get the checkered at any minute as we're watching the grid get set up for the first race of the day, the third one for the Orange Cup. We'll also have the Red Cup here shortly. Let's take a look at that starting grid as Rob Walker will be alongside Ryan Moore in row number 1. Row 2 is Nigel Maidbent. He tried to get up near the front yesterday, could not get that win. We'll see if he can get there from the third spot. Jerry Chang alongside. Row number 3 is Dominic Ong and Murray Wonderly. He started 6th, ended up 3rd by turn 1. Let's see if he can make that jump again. Race 2 winner Nick Hillotti will be alongside Alex Masloff in row 4. You go over to row 5, it's Klaus Drayman and Matthew Heatley rounding out your top 10 in Spec Boxster. Stephen Peterson and Alan Watts make up row number 6. Then you move over to row number 7, where you've got Brandomir Kovac, who also has fresh tires as he didn't run much of race 2 yesterday, and John Krylo. Row number 8 is Adam Abrams and Stefan Aseo in the number 520. Then you move over to row 9. Douglas Volder, your first SC non-specter driver, will be alongside Karen Robinson. Robinson running the Race and Alzheimer's paint scheme on her car. Nima Edelman and Andrew Wayman make up row 10. They're both in Spec Boxster. Dr. Greg Scarcello and Bob Chang are row number 11. Row 12, David Gold and Mike Porteous in that row alongside each other. Kunal Hinduja and Enrique Marr make row number 13. We got a 14, it's Dustin Durant and Alicia Ray. There's Alicia in that blue Boxster. Matthew Welch and Ted Fretch. Welch, your GT7 pole sitter, row 15. Row 16, Randy Bergram and Jane Scarcello make up that row. Scarcello in her Miata, number 866. With respect to 2.7 competitors, Vivek Hazari and John Momeyer making up that row. And last but not least, Bear is going to be in row 18, the GT5 competitor. We saw that he was a bit of a headache. We'll see if Salehi can mix himself in that Spec 2.7 class warfare there in just a little bit. So a healthy field of cars as we're just about set to get them underway. Of course, Salehi, as we said, he was able to insert himself into that Spec 2.7 battle and make things a little hard for Momeyer. We know Momeyer, you know, he has a little rough starts. We'll see if he can get up towards the front a little early and make Vivek's life a little bit of a hassle there as we're starting to see more and more cars make their way through the field. You see Dominic Ong sitting there in position and everybody just getting ready for the start of this third race. So that means some of these guys can back up and go home a little early. Grid watching the cars getting off the course from this previous session. Of course, you hear that Rob Walker take the inside line coming down to the line, and that's pretty smart, especially with a right-handed turn. Walker quickly becoming one of the front runners in motorsports in general. Your PCC, Porsche Carrera Cup North America Masters driver. He'll be running here in a couple of weeks, most likely down at Sebring with JTR Engineering. We'll see the cars here leave grid shortly. Great to be here at Buttonwillow. Got to thank the officials of Buttonwillow for giving us such a great weekend up and down the field, as now the cars have been released to the track. So we will see these cars and stars make their way around for one pace lap and then 11 laps, as we are just about set for the first race of the weekend. That's our first race is Sunday. They ran 2 races yesterday, so 3 races for the Red Cup, 2 races for the Red Cup, and 3 for the Orange Cup. Makes their Sunday a little bit easier because they can just back up and head home just a little bit early and beat some of that traffic on their way out. Adam Abrams go by in the 704. Got a couple of Bruno's Porsche liveried boxers. It does not matter what kind of Porsche you put it on. That Bruno's Sport livery is absolutely fantastic. Do miss that out there on the racetrack in the IMSA competition. You saw how close the GT7 battle was. We'll see if it tightens up a little bit more. I know Welch and Bergram, they are out there trying to close that up. And I think those are the only 2 who will be running for GT7. They've got a couple of Spec Boxsters ahead of them, as well as Wynn. It's like they've finally made the call for GT6. Well, hopefully they've gotten that smoking issue off of that M3 as everybody working their way through Phil Hill. You see Nigel Maidment running, trying to catch up to the pack, and we'll be able to do that through the bus stop, but tires are starting to warm up. You take a look at the temperature right now in and around the Buttonwillow area. It's 68 degrees, like 73, so the track's starting to warm up just a little bit, especially for 11:23 Pacific time. Great to see, wonderful to see that it's a beautiful day here in Buttonwillow, so we'll see how that works out. You see the front row making their way through Cotton Corner. And they start to pair up. Still trying to figure out, they got another transponder that's kind of not showing. It's a different one than what we saw earlier on from Dustin Durant. So somebody switching transponders on us and making us work just a little bit harder, but either way, it's the final race of the weekend for the Orange Cup. They ran two fantastic races. Can we make it a third? Working our way around the off-ramp for the final time, as we're hearing that it might be Rob Walker that's having some transponder issues. We'll confirm that once we come around off of Sunrise, as it's Walker and Maidment, 1 and 2 on the front row. So not Maidment, I apologize. It's Walker, your pole sitter, as they come down to the line. Eyes on the starter. We start to pick up speed. Brian Moore along the outside. Green flag is out. Once again, we go 2-3 wide near the back. We'll see if Walker has anything, how fast it takes him to get away, or if Moore can catch up. And they're still side by side, 2-3 wide. Watch them out of the side. So far, so good. And now you got a battle for fourth place between Shang and Ong. Shang and Ong side by side coming out of turn number 1 as they work their way, try and hustle their way into single file formation around the S's. And so far, so good for everybody, is now we're single file, and we're hustling our way down into Star Mazda turn. But that was a nice little pass there that we saw around Alicia Ray. But still, drivers trying to find their way around the circuit for the first time at speed. We'll have the second wave here shortly, but Rob Walker opening up a little bit of a gap here as Ryan Moore sits in second place. Coming around Sunrise is the second group as they work their way up through Phil Hill for the first time at speed. Walker trying to shake Moore, but Moore doing all he can to keep up and try and give Walker a hard time for this 11-lap race around the circuit. They'll make their way through the Riverside, and yes, the circuit is the other one, but still, as to make our way around Buttonwillow through the Classic, I should say. Maybe I should adjust myself and say the Classic. But through the bus stop, Walker's opened up a bigger lead, and second wave has made their way through turn number 5. And it looks like that Hazari has once again opened up opened up a big gap, as once again we see Win with a pretty bad black smoke out of the tailpipe. A lot worse than we saw yesterday. But we see Draymond and Hatley going nose to tail through the Cotton Corner, and still Walker, not sure we picked up his cut of steam, but he's opened up a huge gap over Ryan Moore. Maidment holding off Ching and Ong through the off-ramp, but everybody, for the most part, single file. I see Ray trying to go around the outside, not going to make that happen early on. But we stay green for the first lap. Rob Walker, Ryan Moore, Nigel Maidment, 1, 2, 3, and Wonderly once again gets a fantastic start from 6. Not able to capitalize like last time, but he is sitting there in 4th place, all over the back of Wonderly. As you see, a little bit of a dropped wheel, and that's going to lose some time for Maslow, I should say, as Maslow dropped a wheel and lost a little bit of ground to Draymond for that 7th spot. So let's hop on to John Momeyer's camera, where we do see him all over the back of Salehi once again. And here's the thing. So he's got Salehi ahead of him, but there's also Douglas Volder. So Hazari's opened up a huge gap once again. As we saw in qualifying, it was a 2-second gap between Hazari and Momeyer. And this time, because of that, it's really, man, Momeyer with a 22-1. So we will see how that straightens out, but at this time we see that Momeyer has really opened up a gap between he and Salehi. But as you see, once again, he closes in on Salehi heading into the corners, and once he goes out of the corners, that's where Salehi's really able to open up that 47. See him just shoot right out of a cannon here. And wow, that's a rare time that he actually doesn't. He keeps up with them going through the corner, and now as they work their way through 5 and around Phil Hill, it's going to be a little bit closer this time by, but we'll see how Momeyer's able to close in. And this should be the point where we see Salehi just say so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, and goodbye for the time being. It does take him a couple of laps to catch up, but the gap that Hazari has for Momeyer right now, I think it's going to be easier said than done for Momeyer to catch up, because you see he's that dark car that's ahead of the white car going through the second half of the bus stop, and that's absolutely too big of a gap to really make through. But again, 11 laps, anything can happen. Lap 2 is underway, and Wonderly still all over the back of Maidment. You'll see that here in about a couple seconds. And Wonderly has had great starts so far. And of course, the difference between yesterday and today, Kilnane sitting back there in 6th place. Remember, he was 1st and 2nd as we got that battle also between Abrams and Hatley moving through turn number 3. You saw Abrams try to go around the outside of Hatley. Let's hang here a little bit and wait for the blue and white Porsche coming into the screen. Let's see how close that battle is, and it's actually gotten bigger. So no, that's not the one, as they will be coming into picture here shortly. And yeah, that battle a little tight, but not as tight as we saw it. I take that back, as Abrams going to try to go around the inside of Hatley there for position. But you also see Klaus Drayman holding off Alex Maslow and Dominic Ong. There's Branimir Kovac. Didn't have a good race yesterday, and was able to capitalize and get a little bit better position by not having to use the tires as much as the rest of the field did. By the way, speaking of fresh tires, Rob Walker didn't even run at all for the second race. He's up to 3.3 seconds, so already putting a hurt on the rest of the field. Still, you got to give a tip of the cap to Wonder League, jumping up 2 spots after his run yesterday. He was able to capitalize several times, but now we see Maidment and Wonderly catching up 2 more. So this battle for 3rd has now turned into a battle for 2nd place, and really the podium, as Drayman holding off Maslow, a little bit of off there, 1 wheel off. And I thought that we were going to see a little bit of contact there between the 409 and the 209. There's your 2nd place battle. The interested spectator there is Chang Kilnane coming by now, and there's the 409 and 209. That's also going to give Dominic Hogg and Branimir Kovac a chance to close in for that position. Ryan Moore opening up a bigger gap. Last time by between he and Maidment, it was 1.2 seconds. Let's see how it is this time, as Wonderly takes a look to the inside of Maidment for 3rd place. Not going to make it happen too far away, but still getting into those mirrors. It's now 0.7 seconds between Moore and Maidment. So that lead is kind of disappearing for 2nd place. The lead overall, though, it's growing. 6 seconds from Rob Walker to Ryan Moore. So Walker able to open up with having those much fresher tires than the rest of the field. Remember, in this orange group, Spec Boxster got to run the same tires all weekend long. So you see the battle for 2nd place, and you got the battle for 7th as Maslow pips Drayman at the line. We'll see how long that lasts, but now Moore opening up a bigger gap between he and Maidment, and of course there you go. You see that Maslow was able to get around Drayman and then just extend that lead even further. So you've got that one going on. Then you've got the Hatley and Peterson battle going around the Phil Hill corner. Drayman and Ong, and then there's Drayman and Kovac, I should say, or Ong Kovac, as everybody kind of closing in one another for these battles around the bus stop. Go back to this battle for third place between Maidment and Wonderly around Cotton Corner. And I've got to say this, Wonderly, he wants that third place bad, but Maidment is one tough customer when it comes to letting somebody by. There's still nose to tail coming out of the off ramp. There's Ilnani, and of course, right behind him is Ong, then Maslow, Drayman, then Ong, Branimir Kovac right there. Matthew Hatley, that's a Hatley Stevens Peterson battle here, coming around and into Sunrise, but see the gap between Walker and Moore this time. 6.1 seconds last time by. It's going to be even bigger than that because Walker's in a completely different zip code than the rest of the field, as Moore and Maidment doing all they can. And now Drayman falling into the clutches of Dominic Ong. You saw that going into turn number 1 as Ong less than the car length behind the 409. So tires started to go away on Drayman as they work their way. There's Drayman right there. There's Ong right behind them is Kovac. And then you've got the Matthew Hatley, Steven Peterson battle right there. Still, almost anybody has someone to race with, as Adam Abrams and Alan Watts also nose to tail 413. So a lot of great battles all throughout. I'm going to take our look further down the field as Momeyer is way behind Salehi, as Vivek Hazari's lost a place to Douglas Volder. Let's see if he comes across the line in just a little bit. He does indeed come across the line. By the way, GT7 Matthew Welch, also in a different zip code from the rest of the field in GT7, with Welch leading Bergram and Fetch. There's several cars between Welch and Bergram. And of course, Bergram and Fetch, they are basically going tooth and nail against one another. There's your leader. It's easy to spot him because Herbie is long gone and dusted right now for that lead spot. And now Moore is finally able to get some breathing room between he and Maidment, because Maidment and Wonderly, they're still battling each other, but it's about a 1 to 2 car length gap for the bottom step of the podium. A lot of fans here in the chat checking in. Great to see everybody checking in for Dominic Ong. He's sitting in 9th place, as we mentioned. He's trying to chase down Drayman and Maslow for that 7th spot. Maslow a couple laps ago, able to get around Klaus Drayman. There's that Maslow, Drayman, Ong battles. It's kind of evened out a little bit. Ong taking a take a look to the inside. He's not going to make it happen just yet, unless gets a very soft pedal. But either way, about 2 to 3 car lengths separates them. And that interested spectator there is Branimir Kovac in 9th place. We'll be past halfway once Rob Walker crosses the line once again, and it's Rob Walker's world. We're all just living in it so far, as you see Maidment doing his best to hold off Wonderly. Wonderly going for another chase through approaching Phil Hill. Let's see how the exit happens. And of course, both of them go pretty wide, pick up that speed and get that momentum. But Wonderly got the fishing hook out there, and he's reeling them in as Maidment, the 705, trying his best to keep Wonderly behind him. Of course, Maidment, your runner-up in Spec Boxster points last season, and we'll see if the 2017 Spec Boxster champion and keep Wonderly behind him. Of course, Wonderly running up and down the club racing spectrum as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what these two could do. We saw how good Wonderly was, but once again, he's running into the main event wall, so he cannot seem to get around the 705 at main event. He tried so hard yesterday. Let's see if he tries just as hard, if not harder, today. He's been following him long enough to know where he was going around. And his way through the off ramp. We've got somebody off in Phil Hill. It's one of the white Boxsters, and we'll get a confirmation on who that is in just a little bit. And he's able to get going, and there's the SCR Porsche moving through. So we've got that, and it's a slow mover right now, back underway, but it is the white and blue Boxster. Around the SCR class, and we just got word that John Momeyer finally got around Salehi, and another off there in Grapevine once again. And drivers just picking up losing tires and all that and dust. So now we're getting to a point where we're getting to a point now where dust is just going to be picked up, it's going to be put on the racing line, and it's going to make life just a little difficult for everybody. And we'll see, because who that car was that was involved in that incident through Phil Hill, as they're two behind Bob Chang, who's just coming out of the off-ramp right now. So now there you saw the visual that Momeyer got around Salehi, and we'll see if he can catch up to Vivek Hazari once again. And it looks like that was look at the times, that was Andrew Wayman in the one who one of the ones that went off course. Also, Greg Scarcello has not tripped the timing yet, so he could be off as well. And indeed, he was one of the cars that was off in the 486. So the good Doc with the spin and go, not sure which one it was. I believe that was the one that, we got one going off in turn one as well. And that was that Hazari that was going off? I'm not sure. But they were able to get back on, as now you've got Momeyer being held up by Matthew Welch. So once he gets around Welch, I think it's going to be game on for Momeyer to catch up to Hazari. No, that wasn't Hazari. It was one of the, I believe it was one of the black. It might have been Dustin Durant, who, by the way, absolutely fantastic that Durant, as Momeyer goes around the inside of Welch, makes it look easy. And now he sets his sights on Vivek Hazari. He's got 4 laps to do it. I think he can, because last time by he ran a 19.155 compared to Hazari's 21.745. So right now Hazari's stuck in Boxster traffic, as you see on the screen right there. This is great for him because he's got that 19. Hazari, though, look at the times that he's running. That 21.745, absolutely horrible for him to see that come through. But we'll see what he can do. And of course, before that, 24.352. So Hazari, he's just stuck in traffic, and now it looks like, I'm correct, either Hazari has gotten around that spec Boxster, or one car's off. That's another one right there, and I think, I'm not sure which that is, but it's one of the multiple white Boxsters that we have on the course. Not a great find. We'll see who that is. So far so good. We are still clean and green, and of course looks like that Boxster is indeed finally back on the course. So we stay full course screen for the time being, with about 3 laps to go. Once Rob Walker, you saw him right there as he comes across the line. Be the good Doc once again. I think we'll get confirmations. Yeah, it is Dr. Scarcello, as he falls down the order after having that spin. So here's the thing too. That car that's in front of Momeyer is indeed Dustin Durant. He is closing in on him in this battle for second place. Heats up once again. Third place is Maidment having to hold off Wonderly once again. Wonderly trying through Cotton Corner to make something happen, diving into off ramp once again. About less than a car length separate 2 of 3 and 4 for position. And Wonderly, he's just all over the back of him like a cheap suit heading into Sunrise. Let's see how they are nose to tail around Sunrise, and they are just oh so close. Could this be the corner that Wonderly does make the attack into turn number 1? He's going to draft off of him, but I don't know if he's close enough to try a move. He's going to pop to the inside, get inside the mirrors of Maidment, and Wonderly going to hold station there in 4th place. So this time by, this could be a pass that Maidment may have to watch out for, especially going into Star Mazda. You watch the commitment through turn 3, and how close are these two as they work their way around, and Maidment able to open up a bigger gap, lose 2 cars to him. So it's a 3-car length gap between Maidment and Wonderly, but Wonderly closes in the distance, gets a faster run into Star Mazda, and then they both come out of their single file nose to tail. And here's the fun part. Now they both have to deal with lap traffic with the spec, with the rest of the spec boxers. Oh, Maidment gonna look to the inside. Oh, that's a dangerous place to do it. He's not gonna do it there. Let's see if he tries to poke a nose through the bus stop, because you definitely don't want to do it through Riverside. But Maidment and Wonderly nose to tail, as Wonderly has lost a little bit of ground going through the corner. But Wonderly sets up once again for the start of the 3rd sector. Still oh so close for that 3rd spot, the bottom step of the podium. Maidment has to deal with the 2 GT7s first, and they've been gracious in getting out of the way, but Wonderly closes in all over the back bumper. Maidment, he's going to look to the inside. Maidment throws the block, shuts the front door as they both work their way around lap traffic in GT7. How will this shape up around off-ramp? It shapes up just as it has the past couple times, but Wonderly going to look to the inside. Maidment shuts the front door once again, coming around the Sunrise camera, as we had a car off and on at Star Mazda, but we continue here at Sunrise, and the GT7 woefully gets out of the way. Oh, that was close. I thought we were going to see door-to-door contact. Wonderly has lost a little bit of ground on Maidment, so we can sit back and enjoy this battle a little bit better, as Jerry Chang now has to make his way around lap traffic. This is the battle for the race right now, as Chang gets around 1:9:44. He's going to get around another one here shortly. Of course, we got to hand it to both of those drivers, as they've really done well in keeping the cars away from them. And Ted Fretch and Randy Bergram, they're doing quite well, but still a little bit of time till they have to get to Matthew Welch, your GT7 leader. Well, out of the race so far is when the smoke on the back of the BMW unfortunately looked terminal for the weekend. So Van Wyn will finish 36th overall for the time being. But you see that Wonderly now all over the back of Maidment, just moving all around, trying to get inside the head. We got a spinner at the back. That's one of the 944s that spun, and I think that's going to be Fretch. As Fretch goes off course and waits for an opportunity to come back on, and indeed he should here shortly, and he's actually going to stop in a precarious situation, wait for these 2 cars to go through. Let's see if he stays there, but I have a feeling that Fretch will be losing a little bit of time there, and now gets back underway. You see at the bottom, there's the time gap between Maidment and Wonderly, and we'll see how these two work their way around and out of Cotton Corner. It's still 1 to 2 car lengths. It's not as close as we've seen them in that section of racetrack. And the white flag is out just like that. 1 lap to go for Rob Walker, as he's opened up a huge gap. But we've been following this race all race long between Maidment and Wonderly. They go down coming in the sunrise, I should say, and they'll work their way there to see the white flag for the final time. They'll see if Wonderly has anything left in the tank, in the tires for Maidment as they come down to the stripe. 1 lap to go. Maidment holding off Wonderly. There's Maidment, there's Wonderly. Nose to tail. Wonderly's closed in once again for position. Right now, Jerry Chang, no longer the interested spectator, as he's too far away. If these two mess up together, he's going to stick there in 5th place. But now another lap car is going to have to deal with the rest of these, and I think that's going to be Dustin Durant, who is they're coming up on. Indeed it is. Durant having a much better race than he had as he's running at least 3 times the laps that he combined yesterday. So Durant, whatever was ailing that Boxster at 525, running quite nicely here in the closing stages of this race. I'm going to take a quick look at the gap, 0.7 seconds between Hazari and Momire. We'll see later on if they can catch up to one another, but still watching this battle between Maidment and Wonderly. This has podium ramifications, as you see on the screen there. Momire has been able to close in, and will this be one more lap? They might be the last 2 cars to battle, or will Rob Walker catch up to him? I don't think he's got the head of steam, but let's keep an eye on this grapevine camera, because I think that we'll see how close Wonderly has from Maidment, because Wonderly has tried a couple moves going into coming out of grapevine, I should say, and heading through Cotton Corner. There's the 944. Let's see what happens. And Wonderly, he's close, but can he stay affixed to that back bumper of Maidment? As Rob Walker comes across the line, checker flag is out. He is your winner. The Spec 2.7 lead continues on. But the big question is, who's going to finish on the bottom step of the podium? Maidment has been holding off Wonderly all weekend long, wondering if he can still do it. Less than a car length separate them as they go into sunrise for the final time, as they are nose to tail. Wonderly with a great head of steam coming out of there, but it might be too little too late. He looks to the inside, checkered flag is out. Maidment finishes 3rd. Wonderly finishes off in 4th place. We're on board with your Spec 2.7 battle between the president, Momire, and Vivek Hazari. Hazari just so good coming off the corners. Of course, that car up ahead, that's been the sore in the side of Momire all weekend. Bear Salehi, and that's, no problem. The Salehi, that's just the car and how it runs, but Salehi able to open up that gap and find those extra couple tenths of seconds. So great to see him in GT5 doing oh so well. Number 47 around Riverside. You see how good Momire has been closing in on Hazari, and now coming around the second part of the bus stop, Hazari up on the curbs, trying to keep Momire behind him around the final part of the bus stop. He's a little bit on the brakes. Let's see what happens through Grapevine and Cotton Corner. If Momire can catch up and maybe try something around the final couple of corners. As a yellow flag is out, there's a car off in the corner station. No harm, no foul. Out of the way. Hazari loses just a little bit. There's another car off. Driver's right, and that's going to spook Hazari just a little bit. A little bit of a bump there by Momire, and that's too little too late, as Hazari has opened up a big gap going into off-ramp. Momire trying to close in around, but I think it's going to be a clean sweep. It's race 6 of the season for the orange class, and so far, everything's coming up Hazari. Let's see what happens around the final corner. And indeed, it is a clean sweep for the first 6 races for Vivek Hazari in Spec 2.7. Checkered flag is out. He is your winner. As we'll stop the cars. Anyone that decides to come down the front stretch, they'll get stopped, but cars slowly making their way around the circuit for the final lap, cool-down lap. And as you see, Rob Walker, he's oh so good. He's the first into Impound. So with that in mind, we're going to step aside, go through the Impound cam, hear from some of the drivers, and go through the podium ceremonies.
How was the race?
Oh, a lot of fun. Yeah.
A lot of fun?
Yep. Working the bugs out. All good stuff. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, they got it from there to over here somewhere.
Look at his video.
Yeah.
We just need
What I want so far, when we know
were they already past the incident?
Yeah.
Is the question.
Yeah, that's what I wonder is whether. But you say you're sure of it with this guy?
It doesn't matter. Melting your car? You melting your car?
But this, the other one. Cut that up.
Yep. Sawzall.
There's probably an incident behind you.
I didn't see anything. There was yellow flag at Con Corners.
Oh, now we'll worry about it. We knew it was running really fast, but it was really rich. Now our engine's blowing up and lost fire.
Well, we've got a red flag situation going on with safety trying to get 3 cars off of the circuit at one time, and we were trying to get the results. Let me see. Yeah, we're not going to have that results at least. Let me see if I get the results off of. No, I can't. So let's go back to the grid cam.
I was waiting. Checker. Cruise around a bit because the cars are frozen on track right now, so they're coming in. So if you can, like, do an orbit around it, and then they're gonna come in right now. You were pushing.
Feel good?
There was a couple opportunities.
All right. Thanks. Nice drive. Nice drive.
I'll take you a jump.
Wait for you to pass me to go.
Yeah, we came back in around that.
Oh, yeah, we did. So it was that.
I was waiting.
I was waiting.
I was like, oh.
Not yet. I'm still composing myself.
There you go. There you go.
Hey there.
Well, I passed you, but I couldn't hold on to it.
That's okay. That's okay. And just red flag, park on the right side.
Oh,
So
right
it's
side.
clear for the fire safety. Other clubs might give you green, but
No,
park on the right side.
I freaked out. I was like, red flag, stop.
So red right. So
Okay.
so red, see it, look in your mirror, and go right. Yeah. Yeah. But no, that was fun. We got the bell. He's coming for it. Close that door. It was fun.
Yeah, not many opportunities to pass.
I couldn't decide, and so my fuck, I'm just curious. I'm just trying different things with gearing. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. This you?
That's
That's. So did you even see me coming up on you on the S's?
yeah. You were behind my mirror.
No,
Yeah.
we owned the corner, man, and you totally cut me off. I was there.
I can see you in the mirror. How we doing?
Any words for the camera?
Oh, it was fun. Just a good day out there. I think we all survived, and fortunately everyone's alive. So
I just went straight.
half the battle. Cars are in good shape. So yeah, good battle. It's good fun. A lot of passing.
But yeah, I was kind of like, hey, I think that was our
We're all
car.
alive.
And then the one time, I was like, I'm not going near this.
Yeah, I fucking like 6 times.
Hi. Any words for the camera?
Bragging rights.
Yeah. No prize money. Good job. I'm impressed.
Next. Excuse me, next. Not Chuck Waller. He's putting in 214.
Then it was you and me for a while, and then I passed you. I was like,
Hi.
and I passed. It was here, right on point.
Fresh engine. No, it doesn't take, but this part is. Oh yeah, that's what that got me started.
I was sitting next to you in line, and your car's running so rich, I thought I was going to pass out from the fumes.
Yeah.
They spilled gas on it earlier, and so it was.
No, the exhaust fume is not the gas.
Yes,
It's something else. Could be.
That's why I'm not making it horsepower. It was going.
Good excuse to.
Yeah. I think every road trip I did, some boxer had gone off the side and waiting for me to come and to pull back on the track right in front of me. Oh, that was wonderful.
Yeah, I know.
I
know. I'm like twice. I'm like, oh my god, you didn't crash your car. Oh my god, like 3 times. I had to let off. I didn't know what was.
Well, that was good. You know, you put that out there.
Yeah, we did good. That's how you got past it.
This camera.
Come on, kids. Hey, Nigel, come on, senior. All right, Nigel, you can sit on my lap. You can sit on my lap, Nigel. Come on. Sit on my lap.
All right, there it is. All right, 3, 2, 1. Podium, Patrick!
Okay, thank you. Get your sponsor stuff. Any better built?
What you do, guys? You want to see the...
We will weigh you. That's real, we weigh, yes. But do this stuff. It's not a... It's a scale.
Bravo!
I didn't see that.
You want to angle it up right now? No, not the gimbal. Stand on my side.
All right. All right, guys. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Let's hold them up high. Thank you.
Where'd you find the race today for the rest of it?
See if they're coming. Oh, I think they are coming. We'll take this one first, though. All right. You're ready here. 3, 2, 1. Let's hold it up high.
Got it.
Nice. All right, now I'll wait for the boys.
All right. I think I got room to improve too.
Yeah, there was a point. You don't brake on that last turn, huh?
Barely.
Yeah, I
No,
saw
I don't
that.
brake at all. I lift and I modulate.
Okay.
You don't break in the last turn?
All right, boys. 3, 2, 1. Let's hold them up high.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. More where I got. Let's give them a little love.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate this.
Of course.
Any words for the camera?
Yeah, it was awesome.
It's great.
Oh, yeah. I wish. He was waiting because they're not going to ask me. They're not going to ask me.
There was one race a couple of years ago where we got trophies.
I know. I'm working on it.
Can I get fourth place crew member?
Yeah.
Sick.
Well, the weekend's not over just yet. Round 12:55, just after lunch. We'll get started with our final race of the day. It'll be the red group. We'll start coverage at 12:55, and then 1 o'clock will be the start when we set cars off for the final race of the day. So until then, enjoy the ambiance of Buttonwillow here on the Porsche Owners Club channel.
little kid, I was wishing to grow up and get in the driver's seat. It's kind of in our blood now, and that's why we're not going anywhere.
Porsche racing is addictive.
The atmosphere has always been great here. People run the track very well. It was a very safe group to drive with.
The energy is high, and everybody's out there to really rock and roll.
We're having a lot of fun this weekend. You know, we've got something like 130 people out bouncing between the classroom down into, you jump right in your car and you're on track and you're doing all these exercises and passing. Buttonwillow is one of my favorite tracks. It's very technical, it's challenging, and yet it's got a little bit of everything.
I just think it offers so much. In fact, the entire facility offers so much. I love this track.
I don't think I can describe it, but it's amazing.
The racing clinics here that we put on are top notch. They put so much into the program. It's a very natural progression, very linear, and gives you the confidence and helps build the skills as you're kind of climbing the ladder into cup racing.
We are well known in this country, and people respect the way that we do things out here. It's one of the clubs where anybody, you don't have to drive a Porsche. You come out here and get started and have amazing instructors teach you the ins and outs, and within a matter of time, next thing you know, you're in the racers clinic and you're racing out there wheel to wheel.
I love POC events. I'm a big POC fan. People are so friendly.
It's a good energy here in the club, and that's what I like the most.
More than half of the fun is not even on the track, it's off the track. It's when the track gets cold and you crack open a cold beer and fire up the barbecue, hanging out with the buddies that you see every weekend. POC is a family. When everybody takes their helmet off at the Impound, you know, everybody has a smile on their face and everybody's having a good time.
We're back live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the classic for the final race of the weekend. It is the red race. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Scott. Great to have you alongside as we are just about ready to get this race underway and finish off the weekend on a high note. We've seen some great racing all around the Porsche Owners Cup. Of course, after this race, we'll tell you how you can join at our next round and subsequent rounds down the line as well. But either way, we're just about set for our third lap feature race. It's the Red Cup. You'll see GT2, GT3, and Spec 991.2, which makes up already the field along the circuit. There is the 41 of Wiederholt Troaster, then 697 is sitting there on the grid as well. As we see everybody going up and down the grid getting ready for this race, and you're seeing a lot of 991, 992, and 997 Cup cars out there on the grid. Couple of GT4 Caymans, and let's go bring you the grid as we speak. Anna Pedescu and Mike Monsalvi make up row number 1. Row 2, Evan Benade and Dwayne Selby will be alongside each other in the 991.2 class. That's row 3 with Greg Gorski and Garrett Wessling in 992. Wiederholt Troaster and Roland Schmidt rolling off 7th and 8th. In row 5, it's John Helvin and Thomas Stone. Then you go over to row 6 as Paul Barnes and Brett Gaviglio, your GT2 and GT3 pole sitters. Row 7 is Jim Salzer and Paul Wren, both of those in GT3. Then you make over to row 8, Ryder Liu and Evan Gold. Row 9 is Mike Janaszak Jr. and Andy Sloan, as everybody's starting to really make their way to the grid, and that should be all 18 cars. So we're just about set to get this race underway. 5 minutes have been given to the grid. And we saw a little bit of a runaway last time by Mike Monsalve as the ProAudioland.com Monsalve Motorsports Inc. 991.2 just ran away from the field. Anna Prodescu with a blistering pole lap here was able to get ahead of the points, two-time defending Spec 991.2 champion, and get up to the front. So we'll see what Anna can do. We are supposed to have a couple of onboard cameras, one of them from Brett Gaviglio, and the other, I think who the other was from. I think that's Greg Gorski, but either way, Gaviglio, the only cam we had there is the 24 of Greg Gorski as he gets set to get that car back into position. Well, this is a race underway here momentarily as timing for time trial still going on. Right now, it's the second timed run. The final race, wheel-to-wheel race of the day. In place here shortly, of course, the checker flag is out. There's Mike Monsalve alongside the 16 of Abed Benade. Benade, he's your two-time POC GT3 champion in 21 and 23. Of course, he's also the director of motorsports and a board member. He's also a pro cyclist in Europe in the early 90s, and should not have found out that information because now I'm going to go into a deep dive. I'm also a big GC fan, so I think they're hearing like the 7-Eleven guys, so that makes sense. I love those 7-Eleven kits that were from the 90s. But actually 722 there of Garrett Westling. Of course, what's neat is WR Technica have a bunch of cars here in the grid. We failed to mention that the past couple of times, as WR Technica having a huge presence, mostly here in the Red Cup. Of course, in the Orange Cup, they have a couple of cars in the Spec Boxster, which is still one of the most popular classes here in POC. The grid will be rolling out here shortly for the one lap, and that will bring us to final race of the weekend. First, check out our chat if you have any questions, have corrections for the announcer here, and we'll go as soon as we can. 1 minute has been given to the grid, so we're just about that to roll off for the final time this weekend. There's that number 100 sitting there up front. We'll get set here shortly to roll off as now you see Anna Prodescu given the permission by the grid to head on out. And indeed, she will. A little bit fresher tires than Monsalve as she didn't run the whole race. And now we'll see what she can do. Again, trying to have her first win of the season early on, get that out of the way. She, as we said last time that you guys were here for POC, at Buttonwillow, she was able to get that win in the 991.2. She can get the second one. She's got plenty of wins in GT3, so she knows her way up at the front. It's just a matter now, can Monsalve stay up at the, try and stay on her under her rear wing, or if she's gonna make a move into turn one. We didn't hear from the grid what side she was gonna take as the field has made their way out of the grid, so it'll be interesting. I would imagine that she would take the inside going into turn number one. So again, W1 pace lap and 13 laps around the 3-mile classic circuit in the counterclockwise position. course, that's what's neat here about Buttonwillow. You can run either clockwise or counterclockwise. Of course, there's also another portion of this racetrack. It's called the Circuit. This is the classic. It's the original Buttonwillow racetrack here. Beautiful views either way. And of course, taking a quick look at your weather conditions in Buttonwillow right now. We saw that the temperature was rising throughout the day. And 74 right now in sunny skies. So great racing conditions for these Cup cars as they make their way through the bus stop for the final time in slow conditions. And we'll see how these cars fare here in these 13 laps we saw earlier on. As you see the split beginning between the 991.2s and the GT classes. We saw earlier on yesterday how the race got a little straggled, but with drivers at the end of their life for their weekend tires, I have a feeling that we might see a little bit more competitiveness, especially out of the 991.2s. Remember, 991.2 and GT3, they all run the same tire the whole weekend. So, Brunescu and Monsalve are side by side going through the off ramp. Then you've got Benade and Selby making up a 2. Gorski and Wesseling row 3. Troster and Schmidt. Troster sitting back there in 7th. Alongside Schmidt with Heidemann and Stone making up row 5. Paul Barnes bringing up the rear of that first wave. There's the GT3 back, and we are just about set to throw the final green flag of the weekend. Can Pranescu have anything as she takes the inside? Indeed, green flag is out as you see Gorski try and dive to the inside. Does he make it 3 wide heading into turn number 1? And indeed, Pranescu tries to hold off Monsalve, not able to do it as Monsalve gets around. I believe that Selby's also going to take advantage and sit there in second place. And Monsalve actually got to the line first as the GT3 field makes their green flag, and they're coming down as Gaviglio gets a good jump over Salzer. Paul Wren sitting back there in 3rd place. And so far, you see Gaviglio, he's free and clear, but Salzer and Wren running side by side for 2nd place. And Wren's going to get that 2nd place in GT3. But Monsalve gets up to the lead with Pranescu sitting in 2nd, Selby in 3rd. So still, Pranescu just loses 1 spot instead of the 2 that we thought she was going to lose early on as they work their way around Phil Hill. Single file for the 991.2s and the GT2s as they work their way through Riverside for the first time at speed. Again, we're running 13 laps here as there's still plenty of action left to go near the back of the pack. Gaviglio with the lead, and look who's made his way up to 2nd place is Paul Wren getting around Salzer. Salzer might have Ryder Liu knocking at the door, and he might have some problems because he's running a little ragged coming off of that Phil Hill. Let's hang here as, Wren going high, wide, and handsome as looks like Anna Pranescu closing in on Mike Monsalve for the lead. She looks to the inside. Monsalve taking to the defensive line through off-ramp, and indeed, he's going to make her work for it just a little bit harder. Of course, now that closes up Benade, Gorski, and Wesseling for position as well as they work their way around into sunset for the first time at speed. Monsalve holds off Pranescu for the time being as you see a little bit of dust being kicked up way off into the distance, not causing any concern here. Monsalve with a tight lead over Anna Pranescu, and as she cannot get her way around Monsalve. And we are seeing Wren trying to catch Gaviglio, but Wren not able to do it. Gaviglio takes a little bit of defensive line through turn 1, but still the closest challenger that Gaviglio's had all race long. As we take a look and see how close they are through turn 3, your GT3 leader really opened up just a little bit of a gap through Star Mazda, and you got a little bit of a battle further back as well, but Gaviglio in that blue number 70 still holding off Ren the best that he can for the time being. As we watch the battle for the overall lead heat up as Predescu closes in on Monsalvi, tries to look to the inside, not going to make it happen. That would be a sketchy place to try and make some sort of move happen as she heads off to Grapevine with that green number 87 ahead of her. A little bit of dust kicked up and one car's going off. Not sure who that is, but that is a wild spin at the exit of the bus stop. And Predescu is going to try around the outside of both ends of the Cotton Corner. Not going to make it happen, but she gets a good run coming off there. Monsalvi shuts the front door as a lot of dust getting kicked up and a little bit of turbulence as some of the cars coming through here. As you see now, because of this battle for the lead, that closes up Selby, Benade, and Gorski in position right now. So let's see what happens in going into turn one, because we saw how close Predescu was as she tries to get that lead back from Monsalvi. As Monsalvi sitting there in the lead once again. We've logged 2 laps. Gorski with the fastest lap of the race, and everybody trying to dive to the inside. Just try to take a peek. No harm, no foul, but they're really closing in once again as Predescu, with a little fresher tires, might have something for Monsalve here in just a little bit as they slide their way through the S's. Just so committed to get through the turn 3 complex heading into turn 4, which is Star Mazda around turn 1. You see that battle for GT3 really heating up as well. As the 787 of Paul Red closing in on the 70 of Brett Gaviglio, and nobody's going to make a pass through here as Gaviglio opens up a 2-3 car length gap, but that also gives Ryder Liu a chance to close in. Again, this is the battle for the podium in GT3, so everything is nice and tight GT3 and spec 991.2. Go figure, it's a 2 series where you really got to keep your tires, but now you're seeing the effects of the draft on Ren as he really closes in. They have to be really committed through Phil Hill and not going to make anything happen through that stretch as of yet. But let's say even your top 4, Salzer, he's close enough to get something happen here. And it seems like that Anna has just all sorts of speed and head of steam over on Salve. And yeah, she is running faster than the 87, especially in this sector. Monsalve now has gone to defense and really closing everything up around the off-ramp. And it's going to be even closer as we go through turn number 1. Let's watch this battle as Escu gets a good run coming off of that final turn. Can she make a move happen? Can she get in the draft just in time? I don't think it's going to be enough unless she can get on the brakes just a lot later. I'm on Salve, and indeed she is not, but this battle for the lead has turned into a battle for third place between Selby, Benade, and Gorski. So everything tight there between first and third place, because there's now just a little bit of a gap between Predescu and Selby. So Predescu has a little bit of breathing behind her. She's just got to get up to the front and get around Monsalve, because if she can do that, it's going to be so long, see you later. She'll check out for the rest of the field. Little wiggle by one of the 2 drivers up front, but this battle just rages on even tighter. It's like a game of chess here in 3 laps. So we're going in 3 laps time, still 0.3 of a second separate your leaders. Of course, you still got that battle for the lead in GT3 as well, with Gaviglio and Ren 1 and 2. Sitting there in third place is Ryder Liu. It seems like around the bus stop, that is where Anna really catches up to Monsalve, but she cannot get the job done. Let's see if she gets around Grapevine, and look at that gap that she has there between her, so that's the Gaviglio Ren gap, I apologize, as that's a tight gap. Gaviglio's opened up about twice as much of a gap that he had last time over Paul Ren. Let's see how they do later, but we're still incentivized with this lead here for the overall and the spec 991.2 lead. Man, this is just nice and tight through the off ramp, and Monsalve is the only one who's taken the tighter line. The other four behind him with Prodescu, Selby, Benade, and Gorski, they're taking the wider line, trying to speed, and that's as close as we've seen Anna be over a slump, but I don't think it's going to be tight enough for her to try and make a move into turn one. And no, it will not be. However, closes in Benade to Selby for third place. And we'll see what the gap is this time high between Gaviglio and Ren, but Anna's closing in. She's closing in on Monsalve for that lead. She's even closer than she was through the S's. So let's see if she can get a run going through Phil Hill. And as right now through Star Mazda turn, she's not looking too bad. Still too far away as you see the gap between Ren and Liu for that third spot. And of course, there's Gaviglio and Ren. Either way, look at Anna. She's really closing in there for the lead. Does she have anything through the bus stop? So far, no. It's just a matter of her trying to find a place, make the pass. Of course, here there are not many opportunities in a 9912 to make that pass and make it without really having any sort of effect on either driver. Oh, a little bit of a slip up there, but still, Anna still able to stay behind Monsalve. A little bit of a tight exit through the corner. Now she's all over the back bumper of 87. Does she make her move here into the off-ramp? Well, Monsalve is going to make her work hard for it, saying if you want to pass me, you're going to pass me on the outside, which is compromising his exit, it's compromising his time, and it's compromising the four other drivers behind him as well. So this is kind of an 0-win situation for Monsalve. If he wants to win, he's going to have to try and be defensive, but he's also going to have to give up, his track time and his track line. So there's a lot going on here that could affect the lead, and a little bit of a wiggle out of Monsalve as he comes off of the first turn. And we go back to Sunrise as the battle for the GT3. There we go. There's the battle for the GT3 lead. It's now 4-car battles. They've all gotten in line between Gaviglio, Ren, Liu, and Sulzer. So really, it's a battle for the lead, and it's also a battle for who's going to stand where on the podium. 3 can go. There's 4 here, so there's gonna be a driver on the outside looking in. Right now, that's Sulzer, who's kind of watching this battle for the podium and saying, you know what? Sit back, and I think I'll be the interested spectator in this one. I don't think that's Spec 991.2 tail end battle will have too much. Of course, it's a GT2 battle between Heldman and Barnes as well. As you've got Roland Schmidt deep in the GT2 field, 7th place in class, 7th place overall. Your leader in the GT2 class, sitting there in the top 10 overall. So he's mixed in with some Spec 991.2s. As Prodescu tried to make a move on the outside. So let's follow this, because now that's given Selby a chance to come in and play. And you got to keep them separated before they come out and play to the inside. Selby takes a look. He's not going to make anything happen, as now this 5-car train snakes its way around the off-ramp. Let's stay here a little while and see if Prodescu can get something happening over Monsalve. Around Sunrise, it's not that big of a gap, but it's still bigger than we've seen out of the 100 as she tries to work her way around Monsalve. Remember, Prodescu with a quick lap, but Monsalve, when he tried to go for a quick lap, he went off here in turn number 1. So Anna's hoping that he can goad her into, she can goad him, I should say, into a mistake. Still too far away, but again, she's only ran 4 laps of racing, so she's got about 9 lap fresher tires. outside of practice, of course, than Monsalve has. So we'll see how this worked out. Of course, with practice laps, the tires might be a little even. Selby with a little wiggle going into Phil Hill. That was a beautiful save. That could have been really nasty because Benade and Gorski would have had to try to find their way around, especially going through the uphill section. And here we go once again. Perdescu, she does her best to keep up with Monsalve, but still, I don't think that she has enough to get around him here on the bus stop. She always closes in nice and close, but never able to around. See if she can do it here coming through Grapevine as they go downhill and through the left-handed corner. And let's see how close she is. She's really close here coming out of Grapevine and going through the Cotton corner. And yeah, Monsalve doing his best to do a defensive line. And this is probably his worst section here because he knows that she can really try something here. She tries a defensive move. Monsalve does going into the corner. Indeed, he takes a defensive line once again, and Berdescu just cannot get on the gas fast enough, although looks like they are close to side by side. Oh, almost. Oh, that was a close pass right there. As Berdescu finally, she showed herself alongside Monsalve, but Monsalve was able to get back on the gas just a little bit faster, and now she loses a little bit of ground over your leader. So we'll catch this battle. Let's go back to the Gaviglio battle because they have caught the back of the GT2 class, and they come around into Sunrise. That is the 31. I'm rounding around as it's Paul Barnes, John Hellman ahead of them. But now Gaviglio, he's got to face some cars which are about his speed, if not just a tick slower, and still try and hold off Paul Wren as they work their way around turn number 1. Everybody nice and tight. You see the battle for the lead making its way around Phil Hill, and it's still Monsalve ahead of Perdescu there. But Gaviglio going to have to see what happens through Star Mazda turn as he closes in on this battle for the GT2 position. But still, he's got to enter himself into this battle at some point, especially if he wants to try and shake Paul Wren from out and behind him. Let's go back to the battle for the lead as they work their way through the bus stop. And I think that was Gorski with a tire off. He's back on the right. And yeah, he's fallen off just a little bit, so no harm, no foul out of the 124 as he makes his way around Grapevine. But again, you see Anna closing in coming out of Grapevine as she's not close enough yet. That's just been the story of this race with 6 laps to go, going to be 5 to go at the line, so we'll be past halfway as now a little bit of a defensive line out of Monsalve. He keeps that defensive line coming out of Cotton Corner, and they're still close enough to each other to make something happen, but it just not yet. It's just a game of inches here on the track as they work their way through Sunrise yet again. And now Anna gets that head of steam we've been looking for to see if she can catch up. But Monsalve, I think that he's finally found the answer, and it's just getting off of these corners a little faster. As you saw Gorski go to the inside. No, he's not going to take it as Benade takes a defensive line going into turn number 1. About a tail 2 races here as we have some great battles in both classes right now. Nobody's really running away from one another as your leaders, and the leaders would love for that to happen, but I don't think it's going to happen right away as get to see what happens as Monsalve. Man, Perdescu's holding off. There's a battle for second in class as Liu tries to go around the outside of Wren, but cannot make the job happen as they work their way through the S's. Yeah, that definitely cost Liu an opportunity at a pass. And of course, now here comes Perdescu closing in on Monsalve. We go back to the 991.2 battle through the bus stop. This is about the closest that she has been on this backside of the track. Let's see if she pops to the inside and she loses a little bit of ground through the second and third and fourth parts of that bus stop. Of course, Monsalve is still taking that defensive line, which is hurting him a lot through this corner. He's more worried about what's behind him instead of what's going on ahead of him, because if he keeps driving like this, Selby is going to enter himself into the competition as they work their way around the off-ramp, and still single file racing all the way around the top 5, as it's still anybody's race with Monsalve, Prodescu, and Selby, your top 3. But Selby just cannot stay on the back of Prodescu, as he's got Eben Benade and Greg Gorski behind them. And once again, Selby taking a defensive line into turn 1, I should say, to stave off any chance of Benade trying to dive bomb into turn 1. So they'll make their way around there. Let's see how they work through turn 3. And let's go back to the battle for GT3, as indeed Gaviglio has caught the back of John Heldman. Let's see how hard that Heldman races Gaviglio as Gaviglio dives to the inside. That is the move that Gaviglio needed, but no, Heldman decided to go a little bit wide, so Ren able to sneak to the inside of the 697. Now they've got Roland Schmidt to contend with up the road just a little bit. There's Schmidt right there, and it's only going to be a matter of time before Gaviglio has to make a decision if he's going to wait or if he's going to put himself between he and Ren. That is the question. That is not the move that Gaviglio wanted. He wanted to use Heldman as a block, but Heldman doing the sportsmanlike thing, we shall say, and decided to just get out of the way of everybody, which is no surprise that he would do something like that. As everybody closing in, let's take a look at this lead battle again, as Monsalve has opened up a little bit bigger lead, has some breathing room, kind of deciding what he wants to do with Prodescu, but she's just so good through this section today, as she closed in just a little bit, but we'll see what she can do heading into turn 2. When they come across the line, it'll be 3 laps to go, and indeed, she gets on the brakes late and catches up to Monsalve. Let's see if she can get around the defending series champion through Sunrise, and not able to do it, but she's got to throw all her tricks. Throw all her tricks that are in her bag and just throw them out, even kitchen sink at this point, if she wants to make her point known, as they still single files. We go back to Sunrise to watch the GT3 lead. There goes the 70 and the 787. They've caught up to Roland Schmidt. We'll see how easy Schmidt is to dispatch of. If they can get around here around Sunrise, it's not going to take too long, and I think that that's not the place that Gaviglio wanted to catch Schmidt, and no, Schmidt's not going to make life easy for either of them. Not good news for Ren, as Gaviglio waits till the last second, decides to make the pass, and Schmidt once again does the sportsmanlike thing, lets Ren go by. So Gaviglio, twice in 2 laps, tried to put a slower car between he and Ren, and was not able to do it. So Gaviglio just cannot shake off the 787 of Paul Ren for this GT3 lead. Let's go back over to the other side of the track through Riverside, and that is your battle for the overall lead. It's fallen back just a little bit with Monsalve and Prodescu. It's been nice and tight between the two of them. Selby, though, every once in a while, he'll catch up to Prodescu, and then there's other times, like now, he's got to worry more about Benade in the number 16. That's the battle for the bottom step of the podium between Selby and Benade. So watch through Grapevine, and then again around Cotton Corner, and we've got a spin at the Phil Hill exit. Let's go to that. And indeed, it looks like it is one of the GT3 cars. That's going to be Jim Salzer in the number 10 as he works his way around, gets back pointed forward, and he is back underway just in time for the rest of the competitors. Oh, that was close. As we go back to the lead battle between Monsalve, Prodescu, Selby, Benade, and Gorski. I'll tell you what, ever since Prodescu got that look on Monsalve, she has not been able to catch up on the 87. Of course, part and parcel with that, well, they are losing about 2 seconds a lap from when they got their best lap, about 3 laps, about 2 laps to go. As now you see what how close everything is. Your top 5 separated by 2.2 seconds. That is a very tight battle for the lead here in the not only the red overall, but 991.2. Of course, lucky for them, these are the final laps. They'll have to be able to use those tires in and around the Star Mazda corner. Let's keep an eye on these cars, because now we're going to start to see slipping and sliding all around. We've seen a couple of spins already in this race, and Brodesky with a little bit of a wiggle over the ridge. That might not be a good thing for the 100. We might start to see the grip go away on some of these cars pretty quickly, but Brodesky able to keep it pinned there through Riverside and around the bus stop, and now we're going to start to see lap traffic come into play. I believe that's going to be Andy Sloan up ahead. The first car that they are going to have to come into contact with might be the only car as well, because Mick Janaszek Jr. is about 55 seconds ahead of Andy Sloan as of the last lap. It might be a little bit bigger, and yeah, there is Sloan right there. Oh, another attempt on the outside that Brodesky had, and she did not able to capitalize, but she's going to try and look to the inside. Not going to make anything happen. Monsalve trying to throw the block, and once again, going to make her try and work her hardest for this lead. White flag comes out this time by, and it's going to be a battle of who wants the lead more. Is it going to be Monsalve, or is it going to be Brodesky as they work their way? Now your top three all in a pack. That's also given Benade and Gorski close in. 1 lap to go. Who you got? Do you got Monsalve, Brodesky, or Selby? Or does 4th and 5th come by as well? Either way, to try and challenge for the lead. A little bit of dust up there in Phil Hill. No harm, no foul. We're back underway, but Monsalve and Brodesky 1 and 2. By the way, Gaviglio and Ren working their way into the bottom half of the top 10. They're closing in on Thomas Soda 991.2, but this is the battle that we're watching, because Brodesky's thrown a couple things at Monsalve and has not been able to capitalize. Can Monsalve use Sloan as a back marker, as a little bit of a pip to try and get around and leave the gap? And of course, Monsalve looks like he's found another gear as he's opened up a bigger gap to position, but could it be too little too late? Does he catch him into Riverside? And indeed, that's where it's going to be, where he's going to catch him. But do they keep the same line? Indeed, you see that Sloan takes the higher line and has to take a couple wheels off, as Selby's looking to the outside and thought that he had a chance at Brodesky. So right now, it looks like that Monsalve might have fended off the charge of the 100. Your pole sitter, she did a darn fine job to try and keep up to Monsalve, but there's nothing that can hold him back for winning championship number 3 in a row. Oh, I don't know though. She's closed in once again through Cotton Corner, and now's the time. Do you throw everything at him, or are you happy with second place? That is the big question we have to ask here as they work their way into the off ramp. It's one of the last times that she'll be able to make an attack. Selby goes high. That's going to give Benade a chance to go into third, but no, he does not. He's not able to. And once again, everything was thrown at Monsalve, but the ProAudioLand.com Monsalve Motorsports 87 comes across the final corner. Checkered flag is out. He started second, and he is your winner in Spec 991.2. Brodesky and Selby round out your podium as we watch the battle for GT3 coming into the penultimate corner. Checkered flag will come out for Brett Gaviglio. I'll tell you what, he's someone else who had to throw a lot of blocks to keep Paul Wren behind him, but he did it off the final corner once again. Checkered flag is out as Brett Gaviglio is your winner in GT3. Paul Wren finishes off in second, and we'll have Ryder Lee who come across the line as that is Thomas Stowe crossing the line for Spec 991.2. And Liu, who was so close earlier on, fell off considerably to finish third in class. Of course, right there, those are your standings for GT2. You've got Paul Barnes, your winner, John Heldman second, and Roland Schmidt finishing off in third. In GT3, you see Brett Gaviglio ahead of Paul Wren and Ryder Liu, Jim Salzer and Evan Gold rounding out your top five. Mick Janaszek Jr. and Andy Sloan finishing off in seventh. And then, of course, you saw the great battle in 991.2. Mike Monsalve ahead of Anna Prodescu and Dwayne Selby for the podium. Evan Benade and Greg Gorski rounding out your top five. Then Daryl Troster, Garrett Wessling, and Thomas Stone rounding out your spec 991.2 field. And of course, there are your overall standings as well. I've got to say this: race 2 really brought a lot of great seeing a great opportunity here in the field, because we saw so much close racing, to say the least. And Anna Prodescu, tip of the cap to her, so close to that first win of the season, but she won't have to wait long, to say the least. I think that next time out will be interesting kind of battle for her as she tries to topple the stranglehold that is Mike Monsalve, as the two-time defending champion comes out and says, "You better not miss when you come for the champ." Of course, Greg Gorski will I think it's gonna be tough for the points lead. Hold the points lead for just a little while. If not, he'll lose a couple of points. Your sweep racer at Spring Mountain last time capitalize, of course, with some fast cars ahead of him. We'll see what happens, though, in a month's time. And, of course, once we get the grid camera up and running, we'll step aside for a bit, and we'll get some interviews with some of the drivers, and there it is. And we'll be back, and you'll get to hear the sights and the sounds of Impound.
Just the hardest racing competitor I have ever raced against, ever in the history of history. I think I might have almost touched. Oh, dude, back there, yeah, no, yeah. I'll check for paint. I'll definitely check for paint, but dude. I didn't hear a tick mark. That was awesome. I thought we were hung up on the GT2. Not getting hung up. We both won the GT2. Fun and games.
fun you can have with your pants on.
Yeah.
Okay, those are our choices.
Not just competition. This is, I mean, it's top. We're neck and neck now, straight away.
Rookie of the year here.
I get to the throttle first. I can
Oh, dude. Oh, you totally. You got all the torque to this stuff. I mean, because of you got lower weight, so your torque to weight. Not making any headway on this. Nice job. And I can feel it. I couldn't get through.
So right on the outside, there's a rumble strip, and if you, depending on how you hit it, it'll set your car off. So you you fight it. Good.
Quick podium portrait.
I've got it. Well, not gonna make it. That's about what it's always made. All four dynos.
Hell of a race, guys.
It may be a viable option when I get there.
We'll do one of those? Okay. I like it. I like it. Maybe right here next to you. All right, we'll do Mike first. Okay, and then we'll wait for Anna and Selby. I like it. I like those seated shots. It's cool. You work hard, like, you know? Yeah. All right. All right, let's hold those high. That was a hell of a race. 3, 2, 1, and hold them high. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. GT3. Sir, I'll take that. I was sitting behind you guys.
Great pose.
Here, wait, we can do it like champagne.
3, 2, 1. All right, now hold them up high. Nice, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Oh man, I thought you were Jacob, man.
I thought maybe that was, I mean, it was rough, man.
Well, that does it for this weekend of racing here at the Buttonwillow Raceway Park. The classic layout, of course, will be running the rest of the season here for Porsche Owners Club. And next time out, we will be at Chuckwalla Valley Raceway, April 11th and 12th. Log on to PorscheClub.com for more information. If you want to be a part of the weekend and register, you can do so now as registration opened up recently. So other than that, that does it for our racing. We saw some great racing action, and absolutely thank you to all the sponsors for being a part of this race. Of course, thank you to everyone who tuned in. Make sure that you tell your friends, tell your family about this wonderful race broadcast. So alongside myself and the great Dustin Hollis, my name is Jeremy Scott. We'll see you next time out. Don't forget to keep it pointed forward, keep between the ditches, and always greasy side down. We'll see you next month from Chuckwalla Raceway here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel.
kid, I was wishing to grow up and get in the driver's seat. It's kind of in our blood now, and that's why we're not going anywhere.
Porsche racing is addictive.
The atmosphere has always been great here. People run the track very well. It was a very safe group to drive with.
The energy is high, and everybody's out there to really rock and roll.
We're having a lot of fun this weekend. You know, we've got something like 130 people out bouncing between the classroom down into you jump right in your car and you're on track and you're doing all these exercises and passing. Buttonwillow is one of my favorite tracks. It's very technical, it's challenging, and yet it's got a little bit of everything.
I just think it offers so much. In fact, the entire facility offers so much. I love this track.
I don't think I can describe it, but it's amazing.
The racing clinics here that we put on are top notch. They put so much into the program. It's a very natural progression, very linear, and gives you the confidence and helps build the skills as you're kind of climbing the ladder into cup racing.
We are well known in this country, and people respect the way that we do things out here. It's one of the only clubs where anybody, you don't have to drive a Porsche. You come out here and get started and have amazing instructors teach you the ins and outs, and within a matter of time, next thing you know, you're in the racers clinic and you're racing out there wheel to wheel.
I love POC events. I'm a big POC fan. People are so friendly.
It's a good energy here in the club, and that's what I like the most.
More than half of the fun is not even on the track, it's off the track. It's when the track gets cold and you crack open a cold beer and fire up the barbecue, hanging out with the buddies that you see every weekend. POC is a family. When everybody takes their helmet off at the Impound, you know, everybody has a smile on their face and everybody's having a good time.